Yeah, the greatest into the 70s and 80s, 92.1 WBTK with us there. It's Ted here, your Channel 3 First Alert Weather Center forecast with Corey on the line from Pratt Store. Hi, Corey. It's a cold one today, but not as bad as yesterday. I mean, it's like,
it's nice.
Yeah, 12 degrees. All right, almost balmy. Yeah.
It's kind of odd to be excited about 12 degrees, but
that's true, right? Looking for a mix of clouds and sun today. High temps in the low 20s. But like for the start of the weekend, tomorrow looks pretty good, I think. Some sunshine, at least over the weekend, maybe a little bit of snow. So not too bad. How's Bridgeport this morning?
it's a typical here at Bridgeport. Nice. The wind's not blowing too bad, so we're pretty blessed. Like you said, it's a little bit warmer, so
yep.
Enjoying the heat wave. I'm
glad you mentioned that, Joe, because there does look like a little bit of a breeze out there out my window here in the Marble Works. So, yeah, it's good. It's a good day and a good day at Pratt Store. I know always. What's happening there today? Anything special?
Not too much. We just had a celebrity guest appearance. Taylor Attorney was just out at Pratt Store helping do some things because poor Pratt forgot to do his job. So kudos to her.
Nice of her. There you go. I know you got the big tournament tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah.
Part two.
Yep. Tomorrow morning. Sign up will start around 2:30 in the Sonic Hall.
You might be moving around a little bit. We got just a little bit of weird noise on.
I get the ADD pace. I just keep walking around. My bad. I apologize.
No.
I'm still here.
That's okay. So say that again, because I didn't quite catch it about the tournament tomorrow.
Okay, so at 9:30 tomorrow is when we start to sign up on the Sonic Hall in Bridgeport.
Okay.
We'll try to be playing. We should be playing before 10:30. It's really what our goal is to just get everyone signed up. Shooting for starting around 10, but just the logistics of signing up, it just takes a little bit of time. But
that's just because people can just show up and play. So
right.
Yeah.
Yep. We even had last time people just show up just to watch it happen. Some people have never seen that.
I think you're moving around.
I have a problem.
Sorry, man.
No, it's all good.
It's just this great cell phone technology that we have here, in the end.
I found the hotspot, so we'll keep her going here now, buddy. So let's see. Just because you didn't make the last tournament doesn't mean you can't come to this one. Each tournament is its own entity. So last time that ended up having $500 cash prize to the person that won. I think it was $350 for the guy that was second. And we paid everybody that made the final table, which means the final 8 people that are left all got at least their money back, if not more. So
awesome. So great. Yeah. And for a good cause. For a
phenomenal turnout. And like you said, a great cause is near to my heart. Speaking of which, I have a local fireman that got brought to the hospital yesterday. Has a broken hip. He already was suffering from a broken shoulder, so he's having a tough day. But my good friend could use everybody's thoughts and prayers this morning. He's up in Burlington right now. He's going to be facing surgery some point this morning. I believe. I don't know exactly when, but if everyone could just do me a favor and have my buddy Bruce next up, I really appreciate it.
We're all thinking about him and wishing the best. And saying the prayers. That's rough. What? So you had a broken shoulder?
He already had a diagnosed broken shoulder. Yeah, he tripped and fallen and broke his shoulder.
Does he have to have 2 surgeries now?
I'm not exactly sure. There wasn't much that they could do for him. He just had to kind of wear his sling and let it heal. But now with this hit, it's to the point where he's just immobile, so they have to go in and take care of that.
And he's on the Bridgeport Fire Department. So
long time member of the Bridgeport Fire. He's probably 35 or 40 years. I don't know exactly, but he's kind of that glue around the town. He's the guy that does a little bit of everything for everybody.
Good for him. Yeah, good for him. And thanks. thanks to him and thanks to all the firefighters in the whole area, the whole county and beyond, because they got to go out in this cold weather and it's just we're indebted to all the volunteer fire departments. So yeah. Okay, how about specials today?
Fred's Store's got some stuff going on. There is some breakfast croissants in there. Jazzing it up here a little bit at Fred's Store's. They got action eggs in there.
You have eggs. You have eggs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We haven't had a shortage. Like I said, it was blessed to have a local connection. So.
Yeah.
What else do we got going on this morning for breakfast? Cinnamon coffee cake muffin. That's the other option for the grab and go this morning. Later today, we'll have a loaded potato and ham soup. Reuben crunch rolls, which is kind of like a Reuben, with corned beef and sauerkraut and a little bit of Thousand Island dressing to dunk it in. That's a pretty, it's almost like crunch roll is kind of like an egg roll. But it's just got various meats or different combinations inside of it. So a new addition for us. We have a fish sandwich in there, being Fish Friday. And then later tonight, we'll have chicken and biscuits.
I love chicken and biscuits.
Yeah, my grandfather used to travel all over the place to do various chicken pot pie dinners and all those meals. I remember every week he always came in and he had to repeat each one that he went to. It was always a fun little thing to listen to him talk about. Well, that was the best.
Alexa, stop.
And the strikes are faced legal repercussions.
That's the deal for prison staff on strike in New York. Will the staff on strike in New York? Will the demonstration stand this morning? Some of us waking up a little bit of new, fresh snow out there this morning. Today looking quieter, and we do look quieter into the weekend. A little bit of sunshine, especially for one day. That full weekend forecast coming right up.
Change on the playing field for transgender athletes. I'm Sophia Thomas with the federal policy cracking down on sports.
Live from the Rise of WCAX, the Channel 3 News this morning starts now.
Thanks, using Channel 3 this Friday morning. John McVay.
And I'm Melissa Borden. First alert meteorologist Peter Bukowskis joins us live now. And Peter, you gave us the first alert about these snowflakes that we're seeing falling this morning.
Yes.
But really, how are they kind of, accumulating around the region?
Not piling up all that much. The best chance of the accumulation, that's where we saw them. Champlain Valley points east here towards the western slopes of the mountains. A little bit of accumulation down across some portions of the northeast kingdom as well. For the most part, that snow shower activity now winding down, but there are a few snow showers down towards portions of Middlebury, Ferrisburg, Crown Point, Ticonderoga, maybe still hanging on to a few light snow showers. Did want to see you our Street View 3 out and about this morning. Right now, they are in Jericho. You can definitely see a little bit of snow on the roadway there. It's not a ton of snow, but it's not where you could be surprised. I know I saw a good amount of blacktop on my way to work earlier this morning, but then I actually spun out a little bit as a result of a little bit of snow and ice on some of those area roadways. So just give yourself plenty of extra travel time as you get ready to step out the door for any Friday morning plans. Live look outside from Church Street, you can see some of that new fresh snow on the walking path there. 16 degrees right now in the Queen City, winds out in the north between 5 and 10 miles per hour. Being that 16, feeling more like 4 degrees above zero, and temperatures right now, most of us, if not all of us, are warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. Starting off the day in the teens for a lot of places across the area. Here's how the rest of the day shapes up. We'll climb back into the 20s here this afternoon, but notice that warming trend right from the start of next week. Mid to upper 30s, lower 40s, but it does come with a series of clippers here for Monday and Tuesday of next week. We'll talk about that coming up in the full first alert forecast.
Peter, thank you. We begin this morning in Brattleboro, where two people from Connecticut will have a day in court.
That's right. They'll have to answer for charges connected to They say 38-year-old Rondale Mapp, 30-year-old Raytisha Hernandez, both from Hartford, were arrested after a month-long investigation into the distribution of fentanyl and cocaine in a home on Central Street. Police used informants to purchase drugs from Mapp and Hernandez multiple times. Mapp's bail on the drug sale charges
set at $50,000. Hernandez's is set at $25,000. A Lyndonville man faces counterfeiting charges for trying to use prop money at a gas station. 43-year-old Michael Tallman tried to exchange a fake $5 bill for real money. The cashier refused and called police. Tallman has had more counterfeit money on him and cited. Lyndonville police say they've gotten more complaints of fake money being used on the area recently.
And over 100 corrections officers off the job in Dannemora as New York prison staff continue their protests.
Corrections officials say if they return to work before midnight, there would be no repercussions for the strike. But this morning, it's unclear where that deal stands. Union officials say that corrections officers want better pay, heightened searches of prison visitors, and a reversal of the HALT Act. That's recent prison reform that limits.
But you're gonna go busy?
Right now, the New York Department of Corrections has temporarily suspended parts of the HALT Act. A retired corrections officer we spoke with says the comments made by the commissioner about doing the work inside the facilities at 70% of the staff is not sustainable.
You don't have to be a corrections expert to understand that trying to maintain the peace and security inside of a prison is going to be better and safer with 70%. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever. And that's kind of been what tipped things over.
New York's National Guard is also deployed to ensure order inside prisons participating in these illegal protests. They haven't been in Dannemora, but some folks there tell us the Guard responded to at least one of the 3 prisons in Malone. State Senator Dan Stack visited the prison in support of the changes requested by corrections officers and called on the corrections commissioner to resign.
I hope that they get to some sort of resolution. But again, this starts at the top. There's been a failure in corrections. Commissioner Marcel's got to go. He's lost control. And he's the guy that needed to be the one telling the governor what isn't working. And it's his job to get her to listen. He hasn't been able to do that. So between the two of them, shame on them.
As the state prison guards continue the unauthorized strike, all visitations are canceled. Our facilities, or statewide, are canceled until further notice.
The Trump revenge tour. That's how New York's governor is describing action from the White House towards the Empire State. In a press conference on Thursday, Kathy Hochul announced her decision not to remove New York Mayor Eric Adams from office. His administration has been wrapped in scandals. We've told you about the charges accusing Adams of bribery and the Trump administration attempts to throw the case out. Hochul said that move and Trump's blocking of congestion pricing weaken public transportation and undermine state sovereignty.
He's taking out his anger and frustration over the 35 felony convictions he received here in the state of New York. Take it out on our own New Yorkers. And as governor, I will be the vanguard against harm to our state and our people.
Hochul also discussed her distaste for the photo of President Trump wearing a crown labeled "Long Live the King." Hochul and other New York officials are also facing lawsuits from the Attorney General over the state allowing people to get a driver's license without proof of citizenship. And this morning, thousands of federal workers went with bated breath to see if they still have jobs.
That's right. A federal judge ruled the Trump administration can continue its mass firings. Meanwhile, President Trump and his senior advisor, billionaire Elon Musk, took a victory lap in Washington, D.C. Musk took a chainsaw at the conservative conference, calling it a chainsaw for bureaucracy. CBS News has found that more than 12,000 federal jobs have been eliminated or are expected to be terminated, including more than 6,000 IRS workers this week.
Our new administration has accomplished more than most administrations do in 4 years.
At a Republican governor's meeting, Trump played up his first month in office, including progress on immigration. U.S. Border Patrol tells CBS News crossings have dropped 94% compared to this time last year, a downward trend started under the previous administration. Tensions bubble over on transgender healthcare at a Vermont liberal arts college.
Trade activists speaking out against a divisive lecture at Middlebury College. Speaker Leor Sapir believes medical transitions for youth should only happen in very select cases. He says there aren't enough studies that identify which trans youth will feel the gender dysphoria they do forever, and therefore surgeries, puberty blockers, and hormone therapy should be withheld. Now, that point of view caused a stir on campus.
No idea if they're beneficial or not. They could be completely harmful. We don't know these people are a huge risk to not supporting those children.
Brianna Wu, a transgender activist, also spoke and said no one helped her when she was young, and the feeling of not being understood led her to using drugs. She said more children should receive medical care, but not all, and most importantly, more open and honest conversations. Meanwhile, counter events across campus offered a different space for people negatively impacted by the message of the lecture.
Transgender athletes in our region feel the effects of a federal policy.
Channel 3 Sophia Thomas joins us live in studio with the action aimed at school sports. And Sophia, how is New Hampshire's Athletic Association changing the game?
Listen, John, earlier this month, Donald Trump signed an executive order barring transgender women from participating in sports. Now, women's sports, I should say. Now, New Hampshire is following suit. A statement from the Department of Education commends New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association for changing its policies that allowed students to play on the team that matched their gender identity, not biological sex. The Trump administration says banning trophies that allowed students to play on the team that matched their gender identity, not biological sex. The Trump administration says banning trans women in women's sports, quote, protects women and girls from biological male competitors. Trans advocates WCAS spoke with say the move seeks to erase transgender people from public life, a slippery slope to more discrimination. The Department of Education launched investigations into athletic associations that don't change their policies. Vermont laws ensure transgender students can participate in sports in a way that match their gender identity, something the state AG vowed to uphold. At this time, we have not heard about a federal investigation into Vermont's athletic policies.
I don't know that voice either, but I'll be so.
Sophia, thank you. The House of Power in Burlington City Council up in the air ahead of town meeting day. Right now, Democrats hold a narrow majority on council 6-5, with one seat empty after a Democrat left early. Two contested seats are vacant with no incumbent. Public and community safety are expected to be top priorities for voters. Depending on who wins, the council could maintain the Democratic majority, flip to progressive majority, or be split down the middle 6-6.
The stakes of this election are definitely significant because it can shift the balance of power on the council. And I would say just in general, local government is, you have a great opportunity to make an impact if you're upset about government at some level.
Political scientists also say results of this year's general election could impact turnout numbers if people are energized or by President Trump's win. This morning, new leadership at the FBI, despite opposition from leaders in Washington.
Kash Patel narrowly passed Senate confirmation to become an FBI director. During his hearings, Democrats questioned Patel's qualifications for the job. That includes Senator Peter Welch, who pressed Patel to say that President Trump lost the 2020 election. Welch cited Patel's refusal to do that in his concerns that he won't stand up to the president and will blindly follow Trump's demands.
Mr. Patel will do. He's going to use the power of the FBI to go after all those in government, those in the media, and those across the country he doesn't agree with. He cannot serve as the next director of the FBI.
Despite Welch's concern that Patel will use the Justice Department to go after President Trump's enemies, he passed the Senate by 2 votes. 2 Republicans voted against his confirmation.
Well, here's how we're going to plan out your Friday. Any of those leftover snow showers that we're seeing out there this morning, we're actually going to wind down, and most of us are able to see a little bit of sunshine here as we head towards the afternoon hours today. There is some chance of a few mountain snow showers just kind of hugging the northern side of the Green Mountains here, even into the afternoon and the first part of this evening. Temperatures climbing back into the teens and lower 20s out there, so just a hair warmer than yesterday, and that warming trend that sticks around here right for the next 5 to 6 days. We'll talk about that coming up in the full first look forecast on the other side of the break. Guys?
Tires popular on farms and for more than just tractors.
Now, a program is reshaping rubber to tamp down feed piles and mosquitoes.
What about dealerships? When you do business with them,
Well, it may be cold and icy, but winter's full effect hasn't hit all of Lake Champlain.
And the lake hasn't fully frozen over years. Experts say it's no surprise. Lake Champlain has only frozen over about 11 times in the last 30 years, most recently in March 2019. National Weather Service meteorologists in Burlington say it's on par with data on this winter temperatures. Looking back at the past century, scientists say it's part of the southern warming pattern. While it's unlikely to, the lake could still freeze over this winter. Well, the big question today is I get some warmer weather in the forecast the next few days.
Yeah, so that late Thursday over, not looking too good. We're going into March quite quickly. Years after it arrives, what? Friday next weekend.
I have no idea.
Saturday
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Saturday next weekend, and at that point, we're warming things up next week. I say the chances are pretty slim. As a matter of fact, we're warming up nicely even as we head into the weekend. We do have a few snow showers out and about there this morning. A few snow showers from portions of Middlebury. You can see down towards Salisbury, Brandon also waking up to a few light snow showers. Not seeing them on satellite radar, but also hitting out to a few showers, snow showers out across portions of the Northeast Kingdom. Wanted to show you from our sky view through a Skywatch 3 camera in Derby right now. You can see some snowflakes still actively flying. It does look like a new fresh coating of snow to maybe a couple inches in the parking lot of 6 and stuff there. Live look out the roads across the area right now. I-89 in Williston not looking too bad. This is definitely an improvement from where we were earlier this morning when I was making my way to work, but there could still be a few slick spots out there. Here's the Champlain Islands. Again, you can see a little bit of snow kind of still blowing on the roads there on Route 2 in Albert. Otherwise, I-91 up towards Derby. You can see some snowflakes still actively flying. It does look like both lanes of travel having a good amount of blacktop, but it does look like just a little bit of coating of snow on the roadways there. Here is our Street View 3 out and about in the Underhill area right now. You can definitely see a little bit of snow on those roadways. So just give yourself a few extra minutes here when it comes to travel plans here for this Friday morning. Temperatures definitely warmer than where we were 24 hours ago. Yesterday we were talking single digits and teens below zero. Well, today we're single digits and teens above zero, kind of foreshadowing the warming trend that heads our way through the day today, as well as right into the course of the upcoming weekend. Otherwise, though, for the rest of the day today, many of those leftover snow showers gradually wind down. Optimistic that a lot of us can probably enjoy a few breaks of sunshine here as we head towards the afternoon hours. Still a chance at a few light mountain snow showers, really just kind of grasping to the northern side of the Green Mountains. Otherwise, though, most of us quiet and dry here for the rest of the day today. We head into the upcoming weekend and we get a little bit of sunshine going. More on that in just a second. In terms of additional snowfall here for the day, most of us really not going to be talking about anything in terms of additional accumulation. However, the higher elevations of the northern side of the Green Mountains, especially at summit level, could potentially pick up an additional 1 to maybe 2 inches here as we head through the rest of the day today. As I mentioned, we continue to see that warming trend through the course of the upcoming weekend. A little bit of sunshine for the day tomorrow, especially through the morning hours. Then I think we start to see a few more clouds begin to filter that sunshine tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Clouds maybe giving way to a few snow showers, especially in and around the mountains here as we head into the second half of the weekend. But temperatures climbing from the lower 20s to the mid and upper 20s to the upper 20s and lower 30s here as we head towards Sunday. Then as we head towards the start of next week, we'll keep an eye on a few clipper systems that could impact our area as well. The day tomorrow, we'll start off the day pretty cold tomorrow morning, actually. Single digits on either side of that 0 degree mark, as we mentioned. We climb back into the 20s here as we head towards tomorrow afternoon. Not nearly as cold for Sunday morning, and then take a look at what happens here as we head towards Sunday afternoon. Most of us back into the upper 20s and lower 30s, and that's actually pretty close to where we should be for this time of year as we head towards the second half of the weekend. As we mentioned, a series of clipper systems begin to make their arrival here as we head towards Monday. Monday, a touch cooler than Tuesday, so I still think we're seeing a little bit of a frozen precip out there, but some rain showers in the broader valley locations. Then as we head towards Tuesday, notice how it's probably more rain with a little bit of mixing as you go into the higher elevations. Again, still several days out, but just wanted to give you the first alert to a series of clipper systems heading heading our way as we head towards the start of next week. Otherwise, 7-day forecast shows we look a little bit quieter here as we head into your day on Wednesday. Then we'll keep an eye on another potential system that could be off the coast of southern New England as we head towards Thursday and Friday of next week.
Yeah, definitely showing signs we're trending towards spring.
Oh yeah, we're getting in.
All right, thank you, Peter. Well, new push to keep farmers and their livestock healthy.
Jennifer Sophia Thomas with us live in the studio now with the solution lying in plain sight.
John and Alyssa, old heavy tires like this are perfect for insulating livestock feed, but all it takes is a bit of rain for them to collect water, a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. The Agency of Agriculture recently rolled out a program to help. Last fall, they visited 5 farms with a tire slicer in tow. They slice tires into 3 parts, separating the middle tread from the sidewalls. Staff at Cervello Farm says the reconfigured tires serve the same purpose, but don't collect pools of water that mosquitoes love.
Same job, but makes everything a lot cleaner, a lot healthier, a lot easier to work with.
The biggest difference, less spread of illnesses like West Nile virus come summertime. With a dozen farms on a wait list for slicing, the agency hopes to eventually buy another slicer. John and Alyssa. Sophia, thank you. We're taking a live look now at Skywatch 6 Tower Cam up in Newport. Certainly looking like a snowy morning on the shores of Lake Memphremagog. We have more news and weather for you as this morning continues.
Welcome back at 6:23. Our first snowplow spotlight this week, bringing its northern attitude to cleaning up your commute. Meet Snowa Gone. That's named after Vermont's Aaron Noah Khan. Snowa is driven by its driver Hunter out of the Thetford garage, plowing I-91 from Thetford to Fairleigh to make sure you're gonna go far. Can't take credit for
Another
Peter.
creative name. Some of these names are just really, really creative. And some of those plows out and about this morning because of the little bit of snow that we saw last night. Some of that still continuing this morning. Wanted to show you the snowfall almanac for Burlington. Burlington picking up just over an inch of new snow before midnight last night. What does that do for the season? That means 62 inches thus far this season. Compare that to where we were last year at this time, nearly 2 feet above that. Last year we had seen 36.2 inches, and that 62 inches so far this season, actually a touch above where we should be for this time of year. We'll talk about if there's any more snow in the forecast coming up in the full First Alert forecast in just a few minutes.
Now, WCNX Channel 3 Sports, sponsored by Xfinity Mobile.
Thursday night tilt between the UVM men's hoops team and Bryant certainly delivered as the first place Bulldogs walked into a raucous Patrick Gymnasium. The Catamounts fell by 20 points in Rhode Island last meeting between these two a month ago, looking for revenge and a huge conference win. Bryant would jump out to a red-hot 14-4 lead as Barry Evans buried a pair of triples, but Vermont stormed right back. Shamir Bogues with a slam gives them a 22-20 edge in the first. Second half, low scoring on both ends. Bryant would grab a 3-point lead, but neither team able to pull ahead of the other. Under 9 to go. Noah Barnett corrals a blocked shot, gets the and one. Vermont goes back in front. Let's go now under a minute to go in the game, all tied at 55. TJ Hurley with a left-handed finish. What a finish it is. Vermont goes ahead by a pair. 20 seconds left, same score. Bryant is fouled and gets a pair of free throws, but they miss the first and they miss the second. Vermont eventually ends up with it, and Illyri Iofalia says goodnight. Patrick erupts. Vermont hangs on for a statement win, erasing a hot start from the visiting Bulldogs. UVM women fell at Bryant 61-53 on Thursday night. And if you missed our recap from the high school Nordic Ski Championships, it's up right now under the sports tab of our website. That's it for sports. I'm Michael Dugan.
Continuing coverage of a cyclist's death in South Burlington. New legal ramifications the driver faces in the aftermath.
A controversial policy surrounding transgender athletes taken up in New Hampshire. What this move means for those trying to make moves on the field.
Super Seniors is sponsored by live from Vermont's own WCNX. The Channel 3 News this morning starts now.
Thanks for choosing Channel 3 this Friday morning. I'm Melissa Mulligan.
I'm John Van. First alert meteorologist Peter Gavakowskis joins us now. And Peter, we had a little bit of snow this morning.
Yeah.
But not really anything too crazy.
Yeah, Really very little in terms of amount-wise. The best accumulation really was going to be the Champlain Valley, points east here to the western slopes of the mountains. That's where we are seeing the accumulation. I want to show you top Mount Mansfield right now. Definitely looking like a cloudy day up there right now, but there could potentially be a few breaks of sunshine heading our way as we head towards later today. The bulk of that snow accumulation and the bulk of the snow shower activity has basically now wrapped up at this point, but there are still a few light snow showers out there, especially out across the Northeast Kingdom. You can see the pockets of reduced visibility up there. We'll take you outside towards Newport right now. A little bit of fresh snow still falling on the shores of Lake Memphremagog. It does look like a fresh coating of snow in the parking lot there as well. So travel in the Champlain Valley, travel in the Northeast Kingdom could potentially be just a tad slick this morning, especially those back roads. I've noticed the main interstates really not looking too bad. Good amount of blacktop. Take you on the roads right now. I-89 right now in Williston. Good amount of blacktop, both the main travel lane and the passing lane. However, again, there could still potentially be a few slick spots. Champlain Islands does look like a little bit of snow blowing, still a little bit of snow on the roads there, Route 2 and Alberg. So just be mindful of that here when it comes to any Friday morning plans. I-91 Derby does look like a little bit of a light coating of snow, especially in the passing lane there. Be mindful of that. Our Street View 3 out and about right now in Underhill. You definitely make out a good amount of snow still left over on some of those area roadways. So again, just take it a little bit slower here when it comes to any Friday morning plans. Temperatures were definitely a whole lot warmer than where we were for the day yesterday. As a matter of fact, 20 to even 30 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. Yesterday at this time, we were talking single digits and teens below the 0 degree mark. Today, we're all above it, but we do have a slight breeze out there, which just makes it feel just that much cooler. Otherwise, though, we head to the rest of the day. A lot of us able to get a little bit of sunshine going here into the afternoon hours today. There is still a chance that a few light snow showers right along that northern spine of the Green Mountains here, even into the afternoon. Those should begin to wind down here as we head towards later this evening. And the weekend forecast, not looking too bad. We'll break it all down coming up in the full first alert forecast in just a few minutes. Guys.
Peter, thank you. This morning, police continue to investigate a fire that killed one person.
It broke out in Sharon on Thursday. Police say a passerby spotted the fire at a house on Vermont Route 14 at about 8 Thursday morning and called 911. Multiple departments responded. Crews later found one person dead inside of the home. The body was sent to the medical examiner's office in Burlington for an autopsy and identification. The fire is under investigation, but is not considered suspicious. Anyone with information is asked to call the State Police South Royalton Barracks. And now to continuing coverage of a cyclist death in South Burlington.
This morning, we know the Shelburne police officer suspected of hitting him has been charged in that case. Sergeant Kyle Kapitansky is charged with grossly negligent operation with death resulting a felony. Investigators say early in the morning on November 11th, Kapitansky, who was on duty, hit and killed 38-year-old Sean Hayes of Burlington on Route 7 near Fayette Drive. Vermont State Police say the Chittenden County State's Attorney's Office made those charges after a month-long review of the case and after looking at the crash reconstruction team's findings. The 41-year-old officer will be in court on March 13th. It was an accident, not a murder. That is the argument from the lawyer for Claude Mumbert. Mumbert is charged with killing Kelly Cousin in a Burlington park in July of 2023. The medical examiner says she was choked to death and there were signs of sexual assault. But now Mumbert's lawyer says his forensic pathologist reviewed the case and says Cousin died from an overdose from a cocktail of illegal drugs. He's asking that his client be released from prison or is being held without bail. State's Attorney Sarah George tells us she stands by the murder charges and the conclusions of the state's medical examiner. A federal policy taking aim at school sports now having an impact in our region.
That's right. Channel 3 Sophia Thomas joins us live now in the studio to talk about it. Sophia, let's change here.
John Alexa, earlier this month, Donald Trump signed an executive order barring transgender women from participating in women's sports. Now, New Hampshire is following suit. A statement from the Department of Education commends New Hampshire's Interscholastic Athletic Association for changing its policies that allowed students to play on the teams that matched their gender identity, not biological sex. The Trump administration says banning trans women in women's sports, quote, protects women and girls from biological male competitors. Trans advocates WCAX spoke with say the move tries to erase transgender people from public life, and it's a slippery slope to more discrimination. The Department of Education launched investigations into athletic associations that don't change their policies. Vermont laws ensure transgender students can participate in sports in a way that matches their gender identity, something the state AG vowed to uphold. At this time, we have not heard about a federal investigation into Vermont's athletic policies.
Shazia, thank you. New this morning, Vermont's hunters may be able to hunt moose again this year. Vermont Fish and Wildlife wants to issue 180 moose hunting permits in the northeast corner of the state. It's part of an effort to reduce the impact of ticks on moose in the region. The proposal was given the okay at a meeting on the 19th and is now up for public comment. Fish and Wildlife is not recommending permits for the rest of the state. This year's proposal is the same one that was approved in 2024 and 2023.
Valentine's Day in the capital city. Mystery Super Seniors are loving the action. Ellen, G, and Mona. Of course. Y'all knew 3-year-old Mazda CX-90.
Well, this plow is giving Snowbird a whole new meaning. Nate Nighthawk, driven by D. Thompson out of the Barton garage. They're on the way plowing Route 16 from Hardwick to Barton. And Peter, they might be a little bit busy this morning.
Yeah.
We were seeing some snow flurries up towards the Kingdom, and
Still kind of hanging on to a few light snow showers up in the direction of the Northeast Kingdom as well. That's kind of the last of it up there, but you can still see here in the visibility map, reduced visibility for portions of Morrisville up towards Newport. Newport reporting visibility down to 2 miles. Well, that's because they're still hanging on to a few light snow showers up there. You can still see a few flakes actively flying. It does look like the coating of new snow in the parking lot there on the shores of Lake Memphremagog, and really can hardly make out much of the lake whatsoever from our vantage point from this Skywatch 3 camera, but I think a lot of us should be able to get a little bit of sunshine going here until later today. More sunshine for all of us tomorrow. We'll break it all down in that full forecast. Guys?
in central Vermont, there's another team on the sidelines at basketball games.
That's right. Joe Carroll is courtside with the Super Seniors.
It's Friday night and the Granny Squad is on the move at Montpelier High School.
Let me have Carter's picture up.
It's senior night for the boys basketball team. The Montpelier Solons will be taking on Randolph's Galloping Ghosts. It's also Valentine's Day.
Love you. Thank you, honey. I think you look beautiful.
There's love all around.
Yeah, for sure.
Ricardo Berzesi and Carson Cody, the two captains from Montpelier, their grandmothers, Bea Berzesi and Mona Thresher, are part of the team.
Yeah, they come to like every single one of our home games. We're just happy they're around. Yeah.
Where are we going in here now? We're going in now.
There's another member of the squad, Ellen Beck, who gives a helping hand to Bea.
I can't see you at all.
Ellen's her eyes.
We're right here. Here's your seat.
In every game, how's it working out?
Oh, unbelievable.
Ellen holds court.
Oh, okay. Is the volume okay? Yep.
She's the voice for Bea.
Randolph has one very tall young man out there. I bet he's 6'4".
This is the last regular home game for Montpelier.
And if they lose tonight,
Don't say that.
There's a pregame ceremony honoring the high school seniors.
Love you, buddy. Love you too.
Bea is joined by Carter's other grandmother.
Do I know you?
And with that, game on.
All right, we got it.
The two teams are evenly matched. 32 minutes of running and gunning. The players and Ellen get a workout. The women, all in their 80s, rarely miss a game. Carson is the all-time leading scorer for Montpelier.
I love that kid. I love all my grandchildren. I don't have much of a voice.
You lose your voice?
Oh, I'm screaming all the time. Thanks, Leo. 62.
The lead won't change. In the home team is victorious. Super seniors,
You played so great.
both on and off the court.
I think I'm blessed to be able to have the friendships that I have.
Reporting in Montpelier, Joe Carroll, Channel 3 News.
An education overhaul could mean school consolidation for small Vermont communities.
But now that plan is getting pushed back when both sides stand on education reform.
Some of us still waking up to a few light showers out there. We'll talk about when those wind down, and as well as how the weekend is shaping up. The details coming up.
Vermont farms a buzz with new mosquito mitigation. I'm Sophia Thomas with the ordinary item they're using to stop disease spread.
This morning, plans to overhaul Vermont's education system getting some pushback.
It's the latest hurdle for lawmakers as they try to save taxpayers' money on education costs. The governor's education proposal leans on consolidating over 119 school districts into just 5 while expanding school choice. And an early framework from Democratic legislators would set minimum classroom and school sizes, which could also lead to closures and consolidations. The Rural School Community Alliance, made up of some 60 rural towns, questioned whether consolidating districts or schools will actually lead to savings and better educational outcomes for kids. They worry mergers or closures of schools will cause small towns to flatline.
Closing schools without due process simply damages public trust. A basic value we embrace as Vermonters.
But there's an agreement that something needs to change among the House, Senate, and governor. The question is, who leads the charge? As reported earlier this week, state lawmakers are prepared to extend the legislative session into the summer to try to figure out the formula to fund schools sustainably.
According to Vermont state lawmakers and anti-hunger advocates, cutting universal school meals is off the table. Governor Phil Scott wants to save about $18 million in taxpayer money by going back to the pre-pandemic means-based formula for school meals. However, advocates and Democrats panned the proposal, saying it'll have a negative impact on families. They say when kids don't have access to breakfast or lunch, schools bear the cost in other areas like behavioral issues and underperforming in academics.
Cutting universal school meals will not save taxpayers money, but will result in the middle class and the vulnerable children of our state falling through the gaps, as we see in many other systems of care across our state.
Lawmakers did not offer alternative ideas to fund a tax. Looking outside now, first look at your officer, Got Couches joins us, and we are going to look at the show this morning, but the warm-up is just ahead of us.
Really just ahead of us. We continue to warm up into the weekend, and then you'll really notice that. Next week, as we can mention, we did see a few light snow showers. Next week, as we can mention, we did see a few light snow showers out there last evening, last night. Even a few light snow showers continuing this morning. Nothing much of left outside there, but we do signs of a few light snow showers all across portions of the northeast region. I'll take you outside for this viewpoint right now. You can still see some light snow flurries flying, a little bit of coating of new snow on the shores of the
Did you know that if you put
there.
lasagna like
And
this
it
in a
really
bowl,
is highly
that
localized. Portions of St. John, Linden, really did not see all that much snow whatsoever. Here's a live look outside from Linden right now. You can see, yeah, place to
Here's
the
why I
top
still wear
sidewalks
like
there.
this, you know, how you're supposed to, even though I am not
Right now. And it'll be flex of the snow showers. We're actually going to subside in the series the rest of the morning hours. And again, keep in mind that few roads could be slick. This is our street 3 out and about right now. Heading westbound on Route 15 and Underhill 16. Still a little bit of coating of snow in some of those areas up there. So maybe just stay south and too bad. But as you start to get off the interstate, you may encounter a little bit of slick travel. Just be mindful of that when it comes to any Friday plans. Temps is definitely a whole lot warmer than where we were 24 hours. It just
Session into the summer to try to figure out the formula to fund schools sustainably.
According to Vermont state lawmakers and anti-hunger advocates, cutting universal school meals is off the table. Governor Phil Scott wants to save about $18 million in taxpayer money by going back to the pre-pandemic means-based formula for school meals. However, advocates and Democrats panned the proposal, saying it'll have a negative impact on families. They say when kids don't have access to breakfast or lunch, schools bear the cost in other areas like behavioral issues and underperforming in academics.
Cutting universal school meals will not save taxpayers money, but will result in the middle class and the vulnerable children of our state falling through the gaps as we see in many other systems of care across our state.
Lawmakers did not offer alternative ideas to fund a tax finance. Looking outside now, first look meteorologist Peter Gapkowskis joins us. And Peter, we had a little bit of snow this morning, but the warm-up is just ahead of us.
The warm-up truly just ahead of us. We continue to warm up into the weekend, and then you'll really notice it here by the time we get to the start of next week. But as we mentioned, we did see a few light snow showers out there last evening, last night, even a few light snow showers continuing into this morning. Not seeing much of them left on satellite radar, but we do still see signs of a few light snow showers out across portions of the Northeast Kingdom. I want to take you outside towards Newport right now. You can still see some light snow flurries flying, a little bit of coating of new snow on the shores of Lake Memphremagog there. But it really is highly localized. Portions of St. Jay, Linden, really did not see all that much snow whatsoever. And here's a live look outside from Linden right now. You can see, basically blacktop and sidewalks there with nothing in terms of snow shower activity right now. Any of these leftover snow showers, we're actually going to subside and diminish here as we head to the rest of the morning hours. But again, keep in mind that a few roads could be slick. This is our Street View 3 out and about right now. Heading westbound on Route 15 in Underhill, you can see just a little bit of a coating of snow on some of those area roadways. The main interstate's not looking too bad, but as you start to get off the interstates, you may encounter a little bit of slick travel. Just be mindful of that when it comes to any Friday morning plans. Otherwise, temperature's definitely a whole lot warmer than where we were 24 hours ago. Yesterday, we were starting off single digits below and teens below zero. Well, today, we're single digits and teens above zero, so a good 20 to even 30 degrees warmer than where we were 24 hours ago. For the rest of the day today, not looking too bad. I think the clouds start to break apart. We actually start to see a few breaks of sunshine, especially as we head into the afternoon hours today. There is still a chance that a few light snow showers right along the northern spine of the Green Mountains here through about midday today. Those should begin to wrap up by the time later this evening rolls around and we head into the upcoming weekend, not looking too bad. In terms of additional snowfall, again, for the most part, most of us are now over and done with it. However, the higher elevations, especially at summit level of the northern spine of the Green Mountains, they can potentially pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches here through this afternoon and evening. The weekend forecast, not looking too bad. As a matter of fact, I think tomorrow, the weekend forecast, not looking too bad. As a matter of fact, I think tomorrow morning features a good amount of sunshine. Probably a few more clouds starting to filter that sunshine just a bit here into the second half of your day on Saturday. More clouds overhead for Sunday. Also the better chance of a few snow showers, especially in and around the mountains here as we head into the day on Sunday. Notice the temperatures climbing back towards the lower 30s here as we head towards the second half of the weekend. Mid to upper 30s, lower 40s as we head towards the start of next week. And you can see the temperatures climbing right through Monday and Tuesday of next week. But it also comes along with a series of clipper systems. I want to give you the first alert to that. Notice as we head into the day on Monday, a chance of a little bit of wintry mix out there. Probably rain in the broader valleys, but then Tuesday, we're a touch warmer, so when a second clipper system makes its arrival, I think we're talking about more plain old rain out there, but probably still talking about a little bit of an icy mix in the higher elevations. This is something that we'll keep an eye on here as we head through the course of the upcoming weekend for both Saturday and Sunday. Now, looking at that 7-day forecast, Saturday probably looking to be the better of the 2 weekend days, a bit more sunshine. Sunday features a bit more cloud cover, the better chance of a few snow showers, especially in and around the mountains here as we head into the day Sunday. Monday and Tuesday, that's where we'll see a series of clipper systems, but take a look at those temperatures, mid to upper 30s, lower 40s. Wednesday at this point looking quieter. We will keep an eye on another system potentially off the coast here as we head towards next Thursday and Friday at the end of the 7-day forecast.
You know what? It'll be kind of fun next week to wear a coat that's not like my giant winter coat.
Yeah, I know. It's like I probably won't need the parka next week.
No, yeah, it'd be nice to get some mileage on my other ones.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Vermont doctors sounding the alarm about a looming $15 million revenue gap.
And they say that would make it harder for you to get primary care. The experimental all-payer model pays providers flat payments monthly and aims to prioritize primary care to keep people healthy. The organization at its center, One Care Vermont, is ending, but the state will switch to another federal reform project in 2027, which also invests in primary care. However, that leaves a gap in payments of some $15 million to providers next year. Some say it may result in cutting back services or closing offices.
We fear a return to 2017, where independent primary care is not sustainable and may die of a vine. In the coming months, we may find ourselves with the need to make some tough decisions.
They want lawmakers to step in to fill the gap to avoid funding cuts for mental health and addiction treatment programs. A plot to kill off mosquitoes hatches on Vermont's farms.
Channel 3 Sophia Thomas was just live in the studio now with the unlikely fix.
John and Melissa, these tires do a great job of keeping feed fresh, but they also act as a perfect breeding ground for a harmful pest.
Piles of tires poke out of the snow on Savello Farm in Randolph. They're anchoring tarps that insulate livestock feed.
You want to hold that down as tightly as you can to the surface of the feed, otherwise it spoils. You have oxygen in there and just creates rot.
But in the summer, farm tires are also a mosquito's dream.
It builds up water and it's hard to handle, dirty to handle, big mosquitoes.
Vermont's Environmental Surveillance Program Manager says tire-loving mosquitoes tend to carry West Nile virus, and they don't have to travel far to latch onto livestock and farm workers.
It's kind of a perfect setup for those particular species of mosquitoes. They have protected breeding grounds and they come out and they've got hosts waiting for them. So it's definitely a health issue.
Casey and her coworkers recently rolled out a program to bite back. Last fall, they brought a tire slicer to 5 Vermont farms, including Savello. They slice tires into 3 parts, separating the middle tread from the sidewalls. The tires serve the same purpose, but they don't collect pools of water that mosquitoes love.
I think it's going to be a pretty popular program.
Casey says a dozen farms are waiting for their turn to transform tires. It's catching on out of state too.
I responded to somebody from Pennsylvania yesterday who was like, we want to do this in our state. This is great. Send me everything you've got.
Rose says the tires are pulling their weight this winter. He looks forward to a summer abuzz with moose, not mosquitoes.
Same job, but makes everything a lot cleaner, a lot healthier, a lot easier to work with.
At $50,000 apiece, Casey hopes to eventually buy another slicer to expand the program. John and Melissa.
Sophia, thank you. New this morning, you may be closer to getting internet access no matter where you live. The Vermont Community Broadband Board says it has preliminary applications for internet service providers for almost all eligible addresses in the state. That's through the federal BEAD program that involves more than $40 billion to expand high-speed internet access. Vermont got almost $229 million of that money. Now, these are just proposals, but 100% of eligible areas got at least one application to build out broadband.
Taking a live look at our Newport cams, some people out there might be waking up to do a little bit of shoveling. You have your morning minute and your final personal forecasts up next.
Freeman. We start our morning minute in New York, where over 100 corrections officers are off the job in Dannemora. That as prison staff continue to protest.
Correction officials say if they returned to work before midnight, there would be no repercussions for the strike. But this morning, it's unclear where that deal stands. Union officials say that corrections officers want better pay, heightened searches of prison visitors, and a reversal of the HALT Act. That's recent prison reform that limits solitary confinement. Right now, the New York Department of Corrections has temporarily suspended parts of the HALT Act. New York's National Guard was deployed to ensure order inside prisons participating in these illegal protests. Looking outside too, Peter, today, we know the snow is behind us.
Yeah.
Warmer days ahead.
Yeah, for the most part, that snow winding down that we saw here last night. However, there could still be some impacts on some area roadways. Our Street View 3, out and about in Underhill right now, still showing some signs of a little bit of snow on some of those area roadways. Just be mindful of that. When it comes to any Friday morning plans and the rest of the day, we'll see snow showers wind down. A few mountain snow showers could stick around a little bit longer, though. Temperatures climbing back into the upper teens and lower 20s. We're warming up for the weekend, mid to upper 20s, lower 30s here by the time Saturday and Sunday roll around. Take a look at next week, mid to upper 30s, lower 40s, but it comes with some rain and snow showers for Monday and Tuesday of next week.
A beautiful weekend ahead of us. And with that said, the
The
weekend is
weekend.
here, guys. All right. Thank you. And thank you for choosing Channel 3 this morning. Have a great day.
Yes, you can get there from here. Vermont.
Hello, Tadeo.
Mania.
We have lots of exciting questions from our viewers today.
All right.
Now, the first question is, in this transmission, you're describing the idea of other realities bleeding through into the one we are in. Can you point out some of the strongest reality bleed-through events that we would recognize from modern history?
Not so much historic events that we will call out, but the idea of certain experiences, like deja vu, can be the result of bleed-through from other realities that may be experiencing something similar to what you are experiencing in your timeline, but maybe ahead of your timeline, the event already having happened. And therefore, when you pick up on the idea that the event has already happened in another timeline, when your consciousness is expanded enough to do so, and become sensitive to receiving that information that has happened in the other parallel timeline, and you, in your reality, finally arrive at that moment, then you have a sense that it has happened before, that you know what's going to happen. So that's one way in which the idea of bleed-throughs can express themselves in your timeline, through the idea of deja vu.
Okay. How different are the parallel Earth realities where Christmas was never celebrated in the Western world? Is there another holiday that generally replaced it? And are they farther from open contact than we are, or do they have a variation of it?
You're speaking as if there are only a few realities that experience things in different ways. There are a large number of realities that have different experiences along the subject that you're asking about. So when you say, are they closer to contact than we are, some of them are, some of them are not. Some of the major changes in terms of what you experience as your Christmas holidays in some versions of Earth are experienced simply as winter solstice day, and maybe more representative of some of the original ideas that you experienced on Earth before it became known as the idea of Christmas. When the winter spirit in certain cultures was acknowledged, celebrated, and was the one delivering the idea of gifts, so on and so forth, such as beings that one culture on your planet refers to as Kernanos, instead of the idea of Santa Claus. So again, there are many different versions of Earth that experience holidays in many different ways. Some of them are very similar to yours, some of them are not like yours at all.
Okay. You have said that our nuclear weapons might disturb other realities because too much energy can punch holes into other realities. If that is the case, then what exactly is happening within our sun? Soul, our sun, must be punching holes into other realities because of the intense energy within it. What does this look like in the other realities, and is there bleed through from other realities into our sun?
Yes, stars, being a natural phenomenon, fit in a balanced way within the universe. They do represent portals and doorways into different realities, but again, since it is all created naturally as part of the structure of the universe, it is not out of balance. It does not cause negative repercussions, even though it may tunnel into different timelines and different realities, and stars in one reality may appear very differently in another reality. The idea of nuclear war, nuclear detonations, is not, in that sense, a natural phenomenon, and therefore can be disruptive by being an expression of a large release of energy in an unnatural, unbalanced way that doesn't fit into the idea of the natural structure of existence. And that is why it is something to be avoided.
Okay, this person is saying that they can no longer depend on fingerprint ID on electronics because once they set it up, it only lasts for a short while, sometimes just a few hours. Is that a function of their shifting realities, or is it just a mundane technical problem?
It can sometimes be a technical issue, but the idea is that when people start accelerating their vibration, they can interfere with electronic devices in many different ways. So it can be a sign that you are broadening your bandwidth and that the vibration you're giving off may not necessarily always be vibrationally compatible with some of the electronic devices that you use.
And how exactly do you switch timelines? Can it feel seamless and easy? How will I know that I switched timelines? Can I ask for an obvious sign like a new freckle that I didn't have before?
Sometimes there are physical manifestations of having made a switch, but again, remember, you are switching all the time. So yes, it is usually seamless. You don't even know you're doing it. When it is necessary for you to recognize that you have shifted into a parallel reality, again, you're doing this billions of times per second, but when it becomes necessary for you to recognize that you're doing it, when it is something that you need to experience as not being seamless, when you notice the shift, it can happen in many different ways. You can just get a feeling, an energy surge. You might see something different on your body that you didn't notice before. You might see things differently in your surrounding reality that you didn't notice before. You might see things appearing that weren't there a moment ago or disappearing that were there a moment ago. There can be many different ways in which you can recognize you have shifted. It just depends on the person and what is relevant for your life path. But remember that you're shifting all the time. It is usually seamless. It is not something you necessarily have to pay attention to. It is something that happens automatically as you guide yourself by making your choices, and then that determines and controls exactly how you're shifting. That's why, again, we give you the formula, because it is a very precise navigational tool that will allow you to navigate through the shifting into different parallel realities in a way that works to your advantage, that is relevant for the experience in a positive way of what you laid out in your life path. Relevant for the experience in a positive way of what you laid out in your life path.
And is it possible to move from one reality to the next without having the death experience?
Again, you're shifting all the time. So you are moving from one reality to another in a sense without the idea of experiencing death. So yes, it's possible. But again, the idea of death is something a little bit different because you're waking back up into yourself as a soul, as a spirit, and it serves a different function. It serves a different purpose. It gives you the opportunity to make choices on a different level.
Okay, and this next question is, why must we humans shift to a certain vibration if there exists an intelligent universe and higher beings that are able to translate our intentions and wishes? Why is it so complicated to shift to a reality we prefer?
It is all about the process of learning how to do that by going through the process. That's why you chose to have a physical experience, so that you challenge yourself in a different way than you challenge yourself in spirit. And by challenging yourself through the idea of the experience of physical processes, you gain knowledge and insight and lessons and growth in a different way than you would in spirit. The idea that there may be other beings that exist on higher levels has nothing at all to do with the choices you have made for what you will experience in your particular life path. They may assist you, you may have a team behind you, but they will only be able to assist you on the life path that you all agreed you would experience and the processes you agreed that you would go through because your soul determined that that's what you needed for your particular kind of growth that you prefer. So you are living out your life path and will go through these challenges and processes because they are the lessons that you need to learn to grow in the way that you chose to as a soul.
Okay. And this individual is saying that during the night between November 30th and December 1st, they felt a wave of positive vibration go through their body that woke them up. It was like an earthquake or the pressure wave from an explosion. I could feel and even see it. Before this, I dreamed of a small yellow oval-shaped light slowly falling onto my balcony. I sensed it might be delivering a message. Could this experience be connected to the CE5 contact I did the evening before? Some are linking the Schumann resonance during the time frame to a timeline shift. What could have happened here?
Yes, you had an encounter. You opened up to the idea in your CE5 of inviting an encounter, and therefore you had one. But it took place on different levels of reality, and so seemed a little bit confusing to you, because it didn't necessarily take place in your physical reality in totality. So, by experiencing that encounter in a slightly altered version of reality, it is something that doesn't quite make sense to you when you wake up in the morning and start to remember what you experienced, sort of similar to the idea of a dream. Nevertheless, it was representative of an encounter you had invited to have happen.
And since we are constantly shifting between realities, if we feel we've given away our energy, become disconnected, or fallen out of balance, is it necessary to go back and fix or clarify the situation with the person or circumstance involved? Or can we simply reclaim our energy, reconnect within ourselves, and move forward? In general, when is it best to address the past versus letting go and moving on?
It depends on the circumstance, the situation. If you feel it is important for you in some way, shape, or form to clarify your intentions with another person in terms of what happened, that's all well and good. If you're not necessarily able to do that, or it's really not necessarily relevant for you to do that, you can simply learn the lesson and move forward. Either can work.
And can you give us some to more easily access our parallel lives?
Again, you're accessing them all the time when you need to, when it's relevant for your life path, to download information from a parallel reality experience. You don't always need to know that that's happening consciously. Let it happen automatically. If it becomes relevant for you to know that, then by following the formula, synchronicity will bring it to your attention when and where it's important for you to have a realization that that's happening. Otherwise, don't interfere with the mechanism. Let it function and flow naturally, automatically, so that you can simply move forward in your life by downloading what you need from where you need it, when you need it.
Okay, and this person is talking about seeing things and then they like disappear. Bows, Christmas bows, candles, just things disappearing. When that happens, what's the best way to interpret such events?
We have already discussed this. The idea is that when you are shifting realities in a way where you become very aware that you're shifting, you may see the shift in certain circumstances, like things appearing that weren't there a moment ago or things disappearing that were there a moment ago. So this can be one of the signs that you are broadening your bandwidth of awareness in such a manner that you are proving to yourself that you are actually shifting different realities.
Okay, And if we are constantly shifting to different realities and experiencing different versions of people, then who are we really in relationship with? What makes our family or our friends and our close friends, our close family, which versions of them are we connected with in spirit?
You may be dealing with different versions that are extensions of their greater oversoul. When you shift to a different reality and are interacting with a different version of them, it may be a different extension of the greater oversoul that they are connected to.
Okay, and this one is kind of interesting. There have been times when this person practiced creating their own reality, such as imagining a shift to a reality where the person they wanted as their boyfriend would show up on a plane and say he wants to join her on his trip. However, when I focus on believing I can shift instantly, I start to feel extremely anxious. Why does this happen? And is it really anxiety or is it something else?
It is anxiety produced by the insistence that you have that things have to happen in a certain way, have to unfold in a certain way. You can have the visualization that represents an ideal outcome, but remember, you can't insist on it because you don't know that that's actually the ideal person for you to interact with at that moment in that way. So it is your insistence that it must happen that way that is causing resistance and therefore causes an anxiety energy within you.
And this person is saying they are curious about what you are learning from our interpretations of the oracle statement that was delivered in the last transmission. Can you tell us what you have been able to determine from observing our interpretations of that statement?
As we already mentioned in one of our transmissions, we will not be discussing anything having to do with your interpretations of what the oracle downloaded to you.
Okay, and so does that eliminate this question about the Anunnaki name for their home world being Ashea, and the Sasani word for the oracle being Ashaya? They sounded similar, and they were wondering if that was synchronicity, or you could tell us something about that synchronicity.
This was a downloadable glitch. The name of the world is actually Essa. It was simply that there was a residual energy and a residual pod of information that was downloaded to the channel with regard to the idea of the name of the oracle, which means spirit light, Ashaya, in our ancient language, and the idea still that the residual existed within the channel's neurological net that allowed it to be translated with the same word, when in fact the word and the name of the world actually is Essa.
Okay, thank you. You spoke in your last transmission about the importance of balancing masculine and feminine energy at this time, and seemed to be encouraging us to lean into the feminine. To clarify, when you're talking about feminine energy leading to a more preferable form of open contact, are you saying to move away from masculine energy entirely, or rather to integrate masculine energy in a healthy way with the feminine? What would a healthy masculine energy balance in line with open contact look like?
Obviously, if you understand all the messages we have delivered to you, we are never going to tell you to move away from one energy or another. It's all about the idea of integration and balance. So the feminine energy of nurturing and support in that way can be balanced with the masculine energy of assertiveness and standing one's ground, expressed in a non-violent way, not in an aggressive way, but in an assertive way, in a knowledgeable way. And both sides can benefit from this in a balanced state, where you could have something as a masculine energy, or what is typically referred to as a masculine energy, that doesn't even necessarily have to be looked at anymore as masculine, whereas the idea of a nurturing and supportive energy doesn't even necessarily have to be looked at anymore as a specifically feminine energy, where you can have beings that are confident in themselves, capable of being so confident and assertive about who they are that they are capable of expressing a nurturing and supportive energy to others and being of service in that way. So the balance is that that's how it would look. You are grounded and assertive and confident within yourself enough that you can actually be of service in supporting others in their life.
Put a great focus on us finding balance in our reactions on different levels. Could you expand on that? Is there any exercise or meditation that you can offer for us to practice balance?
Well, again, the idea would be to ask yourself why you would choose something that would be representative of being out of balance. In other words, the idea of knowing yourself more fully, more transparently is very important to the process of staying in balance, because then you understand why you believe what you believe and can easily or more easily recognize when it might not be representative of being in balance with yourself, of not being within integrity within who you truly are, within your essential core frequency or vibration. So the idea is to ask, why would I choose something that would be out of balance? Why would I do that? It's all part of knowing yourself. It's all part of your self-investigation and recognizing the idea that we have just described as being in balance by having a assertive confidence about who you are and your preferences, and yet at the same time also being open to the strength in vulnerability that allows you to be of service to others. That is a representation of balance, and so why would you choose anything other than that?
Okay, and you once mentioned the importance of storytelling for our civilization, especially for kids. What key elements must a story touch upon to resonate from your perspective?
You have all the information of the key story points in your reality. You can read The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. You can read almost any book written about writing screenplays. They all touch on the idea of the resonant points of story structure that exist within your psyche that need to be accessed when telling the story so that the story rings true within your mentality, within your psyche. So refer to any of those kinds of books to explain the concepts of story structure. They also are representative of ideas in your actual life path that make your life relevant and explain the idea of why you go through processes to learn lessons. So reading about the idea of story structure in some of those books can help you understand why you choose to go through physical reality processes to gain more insight and create more discovery about who you are and grow as a soul.
And this person is saying that they're a bit confused about how two things you mentioned work together. On one hand, you said that when we speak with you, we are essentially speaking with ourselves. On the other, you said you're observing us to see how we evolve and determine if we're ready for open contact. From a human perspective, these ideas seem contradictory. Can you help clarify this?
Yes, they are not contradictory in the sense that I am a reflection of what your higher mind would say to you. So in that sense, speaking to yourself means that the conversations you are having with us are somewhat representative of the kind of answers you would receive from your higher mind, from your own soul. We are a representation of that. At the same time, we are our own person, and therefore can have a separate observational regard for what it is we are watching, what it is we are observing. We can function in both ways. We are a multidimensional being, just like you are. We have our own identity and can observe as ourselves, and yet at the same time can perform the function of being a reflection of the kind of conversations you would have with your own higher mind.
Thank you.
Yes.
As you've encouraged us to start conversations with those on the other side, I've been following my highest excitement by trying to engage meaningfully with family members whose views I deeply disagree with, especially when those views seem rooted in prejudice or hatred. I generally want to respond with curiosity and understand their perspective, but my reactions of sadness, pain, and ultimately disgust often show on my face and shut down the conversation. I recognize these emotions stem from my own thoughts and beliefs, and I'm unsure of how to identify the limiting beliefs that are preventing me from fostering genuine dialogue and connection. How can I shift my perspective to keep the conversation open despite the hurt that I feel?
The hurt you feel is based on the idea that you are judging yourself based on what they are saying, that you feel that what they are saying you're taking personally, as if it disqualifies or invalidates the beliefs that you have, just because they have contrary beliefs. So don't take it personally. Allow yourself to understand that they can make whatever statement they wish to make. It has nothing to do with invalidating the beliefs that you hold to be true for your reality. So the only reason you feel hurt is that in some way, shape, or form, you are thinking that what they are saying is invalidating the beliefs that are relevant for your reality.
Okay, and can you explain the concept of free will of others in the context of the multiverse? For example, if I wish to be in a universe where my marriage is working, where is the boundary between my being able to access that universe, which should be limitless, and my partner having his own free will of not wanting to, which is a limitation?
Well, it can be a limitation, but sometimes it's also representative of what is and isn't vibrationally relevant or compatible for someone's life path. So you don't necessarily have to look at someone's differences as a limitation if they are actually truly understanding what is relevant for their life path, which may not necessarily mean that they need to continue the relationship with you. However, there may be some small degree of insistence that it has to work out the way you want it to work out. Nevertheless, the idea is to explore whether or not there is enough common ground, or whether your differences are each other what you need to know to become more of who each of you are. If you're willing to do that, if you're both willing to do that, then the relationship can continue in a certain way. But if one or the other, for some reason, whether it is a limitation or not, is simply not willing to move forward in reflecting to the other what you need to become more of who you are, then it is something that may need to be discontinued, and that could be the most loving thing to do, to allow each of you to attract into your lives what you actually need to have reflected to you by another individual who will help you become more of who you are, rather than struggling to make something work that each party is simply not capable of vibrationally finding enough compatibility to do so.
Okay, and can you talk about the energy of resistance and avoidance? If we find that we are resistant about a particular path or teaching and not sure if it's right for us, is that a sign that it actually is part of our path, or can we have resistance to things for healthy reasons too? How can we tell the difference between something we are avoiding that is good for us and something that we are resisting because it might not be good for us?
This goes back to the old idea of understanding yourself clearly enough to know the difference between what is representative of your passion and what is representative of anxiety within you. You have to know yourself more clearly. The idea isn't that difficult to tell the difference when you are honestly willing to look at why you believe what you believe to be true. So the idea is to ask those questions and to understand that when you recognize that something is not vibrationally compatible with you, it's not about resisting it. That's not the energy that you would experience. You would simply recognize an alignment within yourself that is simply telling you that this is not vibrationally compatible with your life path or with who you truly are. You won't feel a resistance, not be able to relate to it in a certain way. So that's a different feeling than experiencing resistance. If you actually experience the energy of resistance, then that may be a sign that you're actually avoiding something you need to explore or you need to look at. So the energy of recognizing something that is not relevant for you, not vibrationally compatible, is different kind of energy than the energy of resistance, which can build up in your body in a very different way. So if you find that you do feel that resistance, let yourself move forward a little bit to explore why that resistance is there, because you may be avoiding something that you really need to look at. If you get to a point in examining all that and exploring all that and looking within yourself more clearly and get to a point where you realize that it has been about simply not being vibrationally compatible all along, then fine. The energy will change from the energy of resistance to simply the energy of recognition that this is not vibrationally compatible with who you prefer to be. It will feel very different. It will feel more like a release. It will feel more like a lightening of your energy rather than the energy of resistance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you let me know where the monkey mind, the chatter mind, or stream of thoughts comes from? Those thoughts are constantly streaming through the mind, especially during meditation. This person just cannot calm the monkey mind down.
Well, it comes from belief systems. It comes from the way you handle the belief systems that are fed to you by the subconscious mind, that come from the unconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious is the gatekeeper. The unconscious mind has all of the knowledge of all the beliefs that you will face, all of the challenges you will face in your life, to let go of beliefs that don't work for you. It feeds those beliefs to the subconscious mind, which acts as the gatekeeper and determines when you are ready to look at a particular belief, and so doles them out to you when you are ready to face and explore them, when you're ready to go through the process and the challenge of understanding how to learn the lesson from those belief systems and let go of the ones that are vibrationally not compatible with who you prefer to be. So when you are allowing yourself or not allowing yourself to let those belief systems be explored, when you're actually trying to push them away, they will come back as a very strong echo, and you will not be able to silence them until you actually face them and use them in a more positive way to find out why you are experiencing that chatter that you're talking about, because they're usually representative of beliefs that you're unwilling to face, because you think that you should be in some way, shape, or form not having to face them, not having to listen to them. It's important to listen to them to see what they're saying about the challenges and lessons that you need to learn from what is going on, what is echoing in your mind. So when you do a meditation and that chattering starts, don't try to get rid of it. Don't try to silence them. Explore them. What is this chat all about? Does it lead me to a belief system that I need to let go of, or that I need to simply be aware of? So that again, it's a process of knowing yourself. So don't try to expunge them. Try to listen to them and explore them one at a time to find out what the chattering represents.
Okay. By following the formula, being an example of love, compassion, joy, kindness, and service to all, while trusting the synchronicity of each moment, will this naturally lead us to the best possible outcome for first contact?
Yes. Simple as that. Yes.
And I guess this may be a second part to the question. What if having an expectation was the reason for the action was exciting to begin with, or adds to the overall excitement? For example, if I'm planning to release a new song, part of what builds the excitement is how many people listened to it or liked it. I'm having a hard time imagining how I would be able to act on my passion for its own sake. I would really appreciate any clarity on this.
Instead of focusing on the idea of the number of people, allow yourself to focus on the knowledge that the people who need it will receive it and receive benefit from it and joy from it. Don't focus so much on the number. Remember, it's not about quantity, it's about quality, as you people say. Therefore, get excited about the quality of what you are creating in its pure form, because you know that because it contains high vibrational quality, because it has been created from your joy, your imagination and creativity, it will reach who it needs to reach and allow them to also match that vibration and experience joy and inspiration in their lives too. So focus on the quality, not the quantity.
Okay, and this person would like to know, how do I know when I have truly changed my belief? I'm working on self-worth, and I can say I'm worthy and even believe it, but my circumstances are still the same. I feel stuck and I don't know what to do about it.
Remember, it's not about circumstances that tell you you've changed. It's about whether you respond differently to the same circumstances that tell you that you've changed. It shouldn't matter whether the circumstances change. If your response to it has changed, you will still get a benefit from it.
Go out.
Come on, you can have your treat.
This is a reminder. Take morning meds. This is a reminder. Take morning meds. Gary, remember to turn on the grow lights.
You tell him, Louie.
will get a benefit from it by staying in the positive energy. This is why this is the fourth step of the formula and why it's so important to remain in a positive state no matter what happens. Remember, it's not about what happens.
Or adds to the overall excitement. For example, if I'm planning to release a new song, part of what builds the excitement is how many people listened to it or liked it. I'm having a hard time imagining how I would be able to act on my passion for its own sake. I would really appreciate any clarity on this.
Instead of focusing on the idea of the number of people, allow yourself to focus on the knowledge that the people who need it will receive it and receive benefit from it and joy from it. Don't focus so much on the number. Remember, it's not about quantity, it's about quality, as you people say. Therefore, get excited about the quality of what you are creating in its pure form, because you know that because it contains high vibrational quality, because it has been created from your joy, your imagination and creativity, it will reach who it needs to reach and allow them to also match that vibration and experience joy and inspiration in their lives too. So focus on the quality, not the quantity.
Okay, and this person
Is that tell you you've changed. It's about whether you respond differently to the same circumstances that tell you that you've changed. It shouldn't matter whether the circumstances change. If your response to it has changed, you will still get a benefit from it by staying in the positive energy. This is why this is the fourth step of the formula and why it's so important to remain in a positive state no matter what happens. Remember, it's not about what happens, it's about what you do with what happens that makes the difference. So if you're expecting the outer reality to change because you say that you've changed, you are working it backwards. It doesn't matter if the outer reality changes, because the outer reality will have only the effect on you that is determined by the state of being you create. And the state of being you create is your response to that circumstance, even if that circumstance remains the same and doesn't change. It's your response that needs to change, your energy that needs to change, your relationship to it that needs to change, and is what determines you have truly changed, not whether the outside changes or not.
Okay. And this person is interested in letting go of limiting beliefs. He says, or she says, I've been applying your principles recently and feel much better overall. I've noticed, however, that I still have limiting beliefs that I'm holding on to and want to explore them further to let go. This has been my focus for the past few months. Sometimes, though, answers don't come or the same limiting belief keeps resurfacing. How can I ensure I've successfully let go of a belief? What would be the sign that it's resolved?
The sign that it's resolved would be that the belief no longer makes any sense to hold on to, because you don't hold on to beliefs that don't make sense to do so. Again, this goes to what we have said about the motivational mechanism in humans. You only hold on to beliefs that you believe actually serve you, even if you know intellectually that they don't. You must believe the alternative is worse, or you wouldn't hold on to the belief that you have. It must be that you view the belief that you're holding on to, even if you know it's not to your benefit, as being safer as a belief or familiar as a belief, easier to deal with than the alternative should you decide to let it go and change your belief. So you have to find out what it is you're afraid would happen if you actually change the belief. If you have a belief that says the alternative is worse, then you will still hold on to whatever it is you're holding on to that you know may not be serving you, but you believe serves you better than the alternative. So again, it takes self-investigation and transparency to understand why you're holding on to it, and it's usually because you believe that to let go of it or to go into another belief system, that something worse would happen than what you're already experiencing. So you just need more and deeper investigation of yourself as to what you are afraid would happen if you did in fact change your belief.
Okay. And this next set of questions is about the drones
Yes,
have been happening recently, so.
we will answer them all in one statement. Most of the drones that you have been seeing have to do with man-made devices, human-made devices that are surveilling, observing, and protecting against incursions from others with ill intent. Some of the drones may be extraterrestrial vehicles disguised as drones, but many of the drones, even the ones that are human-made, military-made, that are involved in this surveillance and observation, may still be being coordinated by extraterrestrial beings in terms of the information that is being gathered by the drones that is important for preventing others of ill intent from doing actions that would be detrimental to many of the societies on your planet. So it's a very complex and involved operation that involves not only your military, but also extraterrestrials on another level to help coordinate information that provides the protection necessary to prevent actions that ill intent from happening in your world. That is all we will say at this time.
Okay. Well, that's helpful, because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering what is going on.
That is what is going on.
Okay, so moving along here to some additional questions. Here's an individual saying that they did the sacred circuits for 3 months, but they felt no positive changes. I tried talking with them, but received no communication back. I tried looking at them and taking their shapes, and I also tried looking at them while solely functioning on focusing on the energy. I'm feeling something from each symbol, and then I noticed that the symbol's energy lasted for a few hours or less, but then it wore off. What is the best way to use the sacred circuits to have impact fully on transformation?
It appears that you are only using them energetically and not connecting the changes that they make in your neurological circuitry to the idea of then performing physical actions in service to humanity after you utilize the circuits. That's what they're for. It's not just about sitting there and trying to feel changes in your energy. It's about using the circuits to rearrange the energy paths in your body, the neurological paths in your body, to make you more superconductive, hyperconductive, of higher frequency energies, and then to take the actions that are necessary to act on your passion in service to humanity. So it's a two-part. Part of the process. It's not just about meditating on the circuits, because then you're not really flowing the energy that the circuits are helping you change within yourself in a way that is pragmatic and grounded in your physical reality. So it's not just about experiencing energy changes, it's about putting them into action.
Okay, thank you. How do we exist in the here and now, the present moment, and still be there for our future selves? For instance, how do we stay tuned into the present channel and still be able to make long-term, sometimes difficult choices that will benefit us later, but may be difficult in the now?
Again, the challenges that you face in the now determine what you will experience in the next now, which is what you call the future. Stay present with the challenge. Again, follow the formula in dealing with any challenge. It will allow you to set up the vibrational patterns that will allow you to experience the next present now in the way that will continue to move you forward in a beneficial way. That is what you do.
Okay, now this question is about free will. You teach us that we have some free will about how we will live our lives and explore our themes, and I've given the analogy that it's like getting to choose how we walk down a hallway, but some other teachings say, well, really, all of this is just one non-dual thing happening, and there's not even any self or doer to choose anything, and that free will is an illusion. Can you help reconcile this?
You have free will as a soul. You have free will as a physical entity. On a certain level, you could say that it is a non-dual experience, but on the physical level, that is not the case. Because you have given yourself the opportunity to have 2 points of view, that of the soul or the higher mind, that of the physical personality. You then have the opportunity to express different forms, different expressions of free will. The free will of the soul that chose the life path, the free will of the physical personality that determines how you will live that life path. So the idea that it is an illusion is true only in the sense that the idea of an illusion is simply another way of saying it's a projection that gives you an opportunity to have a certain kind of an experience. Many people use the word illusion in the sense that for some reason, just because something is an illusion, that it has no meaningful content, that it means nothing. This is not the case. That is one definition of an illusion in a certain context, but it's not the way we're using the word at all. The idea that your physical reality is an illusion doesn't mean it doesn't have the meaning that you give it, and doesn't mean it isn't a worthwhile experience that helps you learn lessons and helps you grow. It simply means it's a technique of consciousness projection that gives you a scenario in which you can learn those lessons and experience that growth and those processes that lead to it. So please do not misunderstand that when we use the term illusion, that doesn't mean it's worthless. That doesn't mean it's negative. That doesn't mean it doesn't serve a function. That's not the way in which we're using the word illusion.
Thank you. This question is, has everything there is already been created? So how has everything there is already been created in all dimensions, and we are just experiencing it over and over again? But since we make ourselves forget, it feels like we're playing a new game for the first time? Or is all that isness still constantly expanding?
As we have explained, in a sense that is so. But the idea is that the structure, yes, already exists, all of it. It's your relationship to it, your experience of it, and your perspective of it that expands and allows creation to grow. So it's both. The structure already exists and is infinite, but there are certain portions of it that are relevant for your life path, and your relationship, your perspective, and your experience of that structure relative to your life path is what allows you to discover a new perspective of yourself and to grow. It's the way that all that is has of experiencing itself in all the ways that it can. So it already exists as a structure, but it doesn't necessarily already experience itself in all the ways that it can. That never ends, because it's all based on how you decide to experience your relationship to that structure, your experience of that structure, your perspective of that structure that continues to allow all that is to experience new perspectives of itself, new awareness of itself, new expansions of itself within the structure that never changes.
Quite amazing.
Yes.
This individual is asking a question about weight. You've said that our soul comes to Earth to have a particular set of experiences. For instance, it seems to me that my soul wanted to experience being overweight and unhealthy. Now, my human self disagrees with that and really wants to be healthy. Who wins here, the soul or the human body? Is it possible that the soul's desire experience is so strong that the human body can't change it or move to a timeline where the human's preferred experience, regardless of how many permission slips the human uses?
Usually, when the soul determines a particular kind of experience as a starting point, that usually allows the physical being to use that in order to create a transformational experience to go in a different direction. So the idea may be that there is resistance within your belief system that prevents you from transforming this in order to lose the weight that the soul is giving you as a starting point to have a challenge to face and overcome. It is relatively rare that the soul would choose something in that context, though not impossible, that is impossible to change. And if that is the case, then there is purpose to it that teaches other people some different kind of lesson relevant and relative to their interactions and relationship with you, who is unable to lose that weight. This is very rare, But the idea is that it's not impossible, that the weight needs to be maintained in order to teach other people a lesson in terms of how they relate to people who have that kind of weight. However, it doesn't mean that you cannot change the circumstance if you get in touch with the idea of what that symbol that the soul has chosen represents and what lessons can be learned by others by maintaining it, then you may be able to transform it and yet still create a situation that allows people to change the way in which they relate to people who do have the excessive weight by forming some kind of an organization that will allow people to learn to look at people like that in a different way, to have compassion and empathy for the challenges that they're facing, and to perhaps help them learn different ways in which they can transform that challenge. So the idea can be used in a variety of ways. It doesn't mean you can't transform it, but it may mean you have to figure out a way to still help people understand the same lesson that maintaining the weight would teach them if it is for the purpose of other people learning lessons from a person who has the excessive weight. So you can lose the weight if you can still figure out a way to help people learn the same lesson when you don't have the weight.
In continuation with that idea, it appears that being of service is some of the highest vibrational states one can be in.
Yes.
And the idea that humans as personalities prefer to experience positive, fun, exciting experiences of reality. And yet, as part of their soul contract, they may have come in with a willingness to experience great suffering in order to assist others. How do
Yes.
you reconcile those two perspectives?
Because the idea is that what you call suffering can be looked at in a different way, where it can be transformed simply into the condition. This is very rare, but the idea is that it's not impossible, that the weight needs to be maintained in order to teach other people a lesson in terms of how they relate to people who have that kind of weight. However, it doesn't mean that you cannot change the circumstance if you get in touch with the idea of what that symbol that the soul has chosen represents and what lessons can be learned by others by maintaining it, then you may be able to transform it and yet still create a situation that allows people to change the way in which they relate to people who do have the excessive weight by forming some kind of an organization that will allow people to learn to look at people like that in a different way, to have compassion and empathy for the challenges that they're facing, and to perhaps help them learn different ways in which they can transform that challenge. So the idea can be used in a variety of ways. It doesn't mean you can't transform it, but it may mean you have to figure out a way to still help people understand the same lesson that maintaining the weight would teach them if it is for the purpose of other people learning lessons from a person who has the excessive weight. So you can lose the weight if you can still figure out a way to help people learn the same lesson when you don't have the weight.
In continuation with that idea, it appears that being of service is some of the highest vibrational states one can be in.
Yes.
And the idea that humans as personalities prefer to experience positive, fun, exciting experiences of reality. And yet, as part of their soul contract, they may have come in with a willingness to experience great suffering in order to assist others. How do
Yes.
you reconcile those two perspectives?
Because the idea is that what you call suffering can be looked at in a different way, where it can be transformed simply into the energy of the lessons that others need to learn, so that the person experiencing that particular choice of the soul doesn't actually have to experience it as suffering, even though others may perceive it as such. So this requires a great advancement of the energy of that person and the awareness of that consciousness to learn how to still give off the vibration of the lesson that others may need to learn through perceiving them as suffering while they themselves do not suffer.
And perhaps an example of that would be what happened with Christopher Reeve when he portrayed being Superman and then had that experience that changed his entire existence as a personality.
Yes, that can be some of it. So when something like that gets to a point where it seems inevitable and it's unlikely to change, then it can be seen perhaps as a lesson for others to learn how to relate to it in ways that he may have demonstrated that allow him to overcome what most people would consider to be the limitations of that physical experience.
So it takes a lot of vibrational uplifting in order to really understand these ideas.
It takes the advancement of the energy of that personality to more closely match the frequency of the soul itself. Yes.
And I guess the animals kind of demonstrate that because they come from the angelic realm and they're willing to experience what we perceive they experience here on Earth.
Yes.
That would be a prime example of what you're speaking of.
Absolutely, because they allow people to become more sensitive to the idea of what appears to be their suffering, so as to change things in terms of your relationship to the idea of animals so that you can be more supportive. Feel more loving and more kind to them at the same time, learning how to do that for yourselves. They are great teachers.
Yes. If we're creating our own reality experience, and if things in our world, including you and other spiritual teachers, are part of the illusion of physical reality, how can we trust you or any teachings in the physical world to be accurate and not just more illusions or reflections of our own beliefs or something like that?
This is what we said before. Many people on your planet are using the word illusion as if it has absolutely no value, as if it is simply nothingness, as if it is a trick, as if it is a deception. That's not the way we're using the word illusion. The way we use the word illusion is simply a description of the idea that what you're experiencing as a physical reality is a projection of your consciousness. Let me give you a simple example. When you go and look at a movie, in a sense, the movie is an illusion. You're not actually looking at people in real life, so to speak. You're looking at something that is a projection onto a screen. Yet the story has great value, can even be very emotionally moving to you, can help teach you lessons. So you could say, well, the movie is an illusion, but it has value, it has worth in the experience that you are taken through by watching that movie, by relating to the characters in the movie. Again, another form of story. So the idea is not to invalidate the concept of the word illusion in the context that we are using it. It's just a way of describing that you're using a particular device to experience the meaning you're giving into life, the experience of the lessons you need to learn from life, and the processes that you
Like a pro at home with this cast iron cookware set that includes 4 skillets, an all-purpose pan, a rectangular pan with a 4-spout, a wok, and a Dutch oven. From Zakarian by Dash, a 6-piece stainless steel tool set and electric butter sprayer are also included. And for everyone at home, if you'd love a chance to win this cookware, just go to PriceRight.com and find out how.
Yay! I'm on hand for Chief Allen, everybody. So the cookware and the electric butter sprayer goes whoever is closest to the actual retail price without going over. Good luck. Karen, how you doing? Well, that's the way to be in. Yeah. You can do the shop. All right. $950. Good luck, Matthew.
$1,800.
$1,800. Miranda. $850. David. $1, Drew. $1, Drew. It's my name. The word out. Actual retail price $755. What's up, David? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Let's work on Mark Register. Let's see what he's going to win, George.
He's going to win an unforgettable trip to Curacao. You guys will fly round trip coach from Los Angeles to Curacao for a 6-night stay in a 2-bedroom oceanfront apartment at Blue Bay Curacao Golf and Beach Resort. Enjoy a luxurious getaway at this beachfront oasis that features upscale accommodations with modern amenities, plus bars, restaurants, and a scenic 18-hole golf course. This getaway comes with daily breakfast, 1 Michelin star dinner, beach access, and a round of golf. It's a prize worth $12,072.
That Lancaster. So the game is called Checkout. It's a grocery game. We have 5 grocery items, and one by one, you're going to tell me what you think the exact price of each item is, down to the penny. And then we're going to show you your total. Then we're going to show you the real prices, show you that total. And to win this amazing trip, you have to get within $2 of the actual total. You can be above it, you can be below it, as long as you're within $2. All right, George, tell us all about the grocery items, please.
All right, here we go. That is a 5-ounce bag of sugar-free licorice. Perfect for date night. It's 3.25 ounces of smoked herring. That's 15 ounces of organic tomato sauce. A 0.88 ounce chia seed snack bar. And then finally 6 tapioca pudding cups.
So we're going to start out with sugar-free licorice. How much for that?
Oh, it should be 0, but $1.99.
$1.99. Not a fan of the sugar-free. How about Kipper snacks?
$2.99.
$2.99. $2.99. How about it for the tomato sauce? Organic.
$1.69.
$1.69. The snack bar.
$2.50.
$2.50. And finally, 6 containers of pudding.
Yummy, okay. That's going to be...
You got to take your smoked herring into something.
$4, Drew.
$4. Let's see your total. Total is $13.17. All right, you said that the sugar-free red vines were $1.99. They actually are $4.99. All right. Keeper snacks. I mean, if you're getting a cat, $2.99. They are $2.99. Look at that. $1.69 for the sauce, you said. It is $3.99. Oh my goodness. I I don't know if these next two things are practically free. Snack bar, he said was $2.50. Let's hope it's $1.79. That helped. You are like right there. You said the pudding was $4. Let's hope not. It is. Oh, even more than that. Oh, buddy. You know what? You got a beautiful football set. So you don't need any of this for it. Gives her extra cooking. Let's get another contestant after George. You got for it.
Kyla Painter, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Hi, welcome to the show. Next prize, please, George.
The prize is a sewing machine. The sewing machine has a 5-inch color touchscreen for easy navigation, multifunction knobs, and 500 stitch patterns from Burnett.
A sewing machine, smoke keepers. Kyla, you're first.
All right, I'm going $1,200.
$1,200. Karen. $1,000. Matthew. $800. Miranda. $1,350. Actual retail price $1,999. Miranda. Pleasure. George, let's get some real winning go. What do you got for us?
Couple of great prizes for you, Miranda. It's a new refrigerator and designer handbags. First, this French door refrigerator features 3 temperature settings and a touchscreen for searching recipes, making grocery lists, and setting calendars. 2 ceramic coated glass storage containers are included. And then second, this collection from Tory Burch includes a drawstring bag, 2 leather satchels, a color block bucket bag, and 2 chain wallets with gold tongue straps. Back to you, Drew.
Thanks, guys. It's a super game. It's called the bargain game. We have 2 prices here. They're both bargain prices. $1,599 is the bargain price or the sale price for the refrigerator. $2,928 is the bargain price for the Tory Burch handbags. Which one is the bigger bargain? Which one of those prices is more below the actual retail price?
The fridge.
The refrigerator. That's the bigger bargain. So Tory Burch bags, the sale price $2,928. Actual price is $3,528. Difference is $600.
Maybe.
We're not playing this in the bag, but I think you got this in the bag. $1,599 is the bargain price for the refrigerator. How much is it? $2,799. $1,200 difference. I'm gonna do some sewing and have some fingers. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Mornings. Cough, congestion.
Well, good girl.
With a very squarish looking spire. This is created. The image allows you to map it as more three-dimensional in the sense that it describes a cube. Not all the sides are there, not all the lines are there. But if you look at it in the right way, you will see that it starts to look very much like a three-dimensional cube, in a sense, sitting on top of the cluster of spheres. When it is at the appropriate comfortable distance that you begin to see it that way and can see certain lines sort of looking, you can imagine that these lines are now coming toward you or some of them are going away from you, and it takes on that dimensional quality when you see it describing or defining a cubic volume of space. That's the appropriate way to see it. That's the appropriate distance to look at it from, so that you will know at that moment it's going to be the most effective when you start doing the exercise that goes along with it. Because what it's doing right then is it's calling upon the aspects of your neurology, the aspects of your brain chemistry that interpret the idea of dimensionality, of going from one dimension to another, of a shift, of an upliftment, of an acceleration, of an ascension. That very shift itself, seeing something go in your mind's eye from 2 to 3 dimensions, is exactly the same place you want to be in the brain, in the neurology, to go from 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and so on and so on. It's the same spot. So when this is appearing to you to be a more dimensional shape, that's the time to use it. That moment. And here is how you use it. It goes along with what we already said with regard to desire and definition and dedication. And what you do is you're going to use this today.
Apple cider vinegar the wrong way. If your goal is to lose belly fat, you need to use it the right way.
Now, here's how you will use it. The first time for, let's say, practice. Start at the top, the line. Then when you get to the center, follow that spiral back out to the top. That's what you're going to do, basically, is follow the line down to the center and then follow the line back out to the top, while it's looking three-dimensional. So you may feel that when you're following the line, sometimes your gaze is coming toward you, sometimes your gaze is going away from you, so on and so forth. Now, the first time you will use it when you are in a comfortable space, breathing easily, the first time you will use it, what you will do is you will simply be open. This will be representative of the state of desire. Just the expression, the statement that you have a desire to explore and discover more of who you are. Just in that state of being, that willingness, that openness. In that state, you will then trace the line down with your eyes all the way to the center. When you get to the center, you will simply remain there for a moment. Now, you will either feel something, get information, get a picture, get an idea, or not. But if you do not immediately get anything recognizably different, there will still come a time, there will still come a moment when you feel you've been in the center long enough. At that moment, when you feel it's time to go, follow the line with your gaze back out, follow the spiral back up and out to the top. That will be the first time. Whatever it is you got in the center, if anything, add that to your second trip down the spiral. Now feeling, now focusing on the concept of your definition. Looking for your definition, looking for insight into your beliefs, into your blueprint, into your definition. Follow the line down again with that intention in mind to the center. Again, hang there, as you say, long enough so that you feel like if you've gotten any kind of even a slight flicker of information, then take that back up with you. If you get nothing, stay there until you feel you've stayed there long enough and then move. Go back out. Again, if you did get something, an image, a thought, an idea, an inspiration, a feeling, a twinge, a flicker, doesn't matter. Take that, add it to the concept of dedication, and dedicate yourself to going back down the spiral to be given more information, to clarify the vision, make it more precise, make it easier to understand, get another tidbit, another aspect, another component, whatever it is. Get put in touch with another feeling, however it comes to you. Hear a sound, smell a smell, feel a touch, hear some music, doesn't matter. Go down the spiral with the concept and intent of dedication. See what you get. Come back out. Whatever you got, take it with you the fourth time. Now with the intention to detach from that which does not serve. Go down the spiral. See what you get. And come back up. You take this trip 4 times. In each of these conditions and each of these intentions of desire, definition, dedication, detachment. And that's all you do. Now, before you do this, before you do this spiral exercise, first, out loud, 4 times. I desire to define my dedication to detachment. I desire to define my dedication to detachment. Say out loud 4 times. I desire to. define my dedication to detachment. I desire to define my dedication to detachment. I desire to define my dedication to detachment. I desire to define my dedication to detachment. You say that 4 times, then you do what we just described, going down and up the spot. I wrote 4 times. Then after you've done that, you put that diagram down and you go to the diagram of 9 circles and you allow yourself to read the sentence at the bottom out loud. This will have the effect of coloring, spice. Magnifying, amplifying. Whatever it is you did in the previous exercise in a way that is tailored specifically for you and your imagination. 4 times, gone up and down the station once, just once, pencil this, and the next time you do it, or will do it. Pay attention to when you notice them, write them down, make a note, and write them down. If you don't have your notepad with you when you notice it, make a mental note, and when you get home to the writing pad, write it down. Log it. Also, in addition to logging any synchronicities that occur from that point forward, note your dreams, write it down, take note of it. Then, the next day, do this again. Make the 4 statements of the statement 4 times, go up and down the spiral 4 times, do the final spicing, affirmation, then pay attention to synchronicity, write it down, pay attention to your dreams that night, write it down. And the next day, do it again and again. Within 30 to 90 days, you will see an expanded increase in synchronicity and more information and awareness and inspiration coming to you about your core beliefs and ways and techniques that will allow you the best possible way and the most powerful way to transform them and to transform your reality into that which is more aligned with what you prefer it to be. This is an exceptionally powerful tool. Do it once a day, not twice, once a day. Every day, and see what happens in 30 to 90 of your days. I guarantee you things will change. Just keep doing it. Have fun. Don't make it a task. Have fun. But let it be powerful. Really sit with it. Really mean it. Remember, really want to change. My little light bulbs. Then you will shine. Then you will shine. So, take this technique to heart. And remember that as you do this every day, and as you feel yourself expanding, and the synchronicity in your life increasing, magnifying, amplifying, and your dreams magnifying, amplifying, communicating, inspiring you, and of course, simultaneously acting on your highest joy every moment that you can, and keeping your body clear, all this together, you will see profound acceleration. Profound acceleration. If at any moment it seems to get a little too much for you, that's all right. Take your time. You won't ruin it. This is for you to use at your own rate, in your own way, in your own time. But it will work if you use it. And you will see that it is so, and give yourself the proof you need. You will create your own proof that it works very rapidly. Very rapidly. So, take a deep breath in and let it out.
Take a deep breath in and let it out. Time, deep breath in. Let it out. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Premium, $20 for my fees, $118 information, guys, $39, $118.